Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're going to talk about yet another interesting controversy in the horological circles in the world of watches. We're going to talk about also how our very own Aussie expat watches seems to have lost out to a celebrity on his quest for the Platona, for the new Platinum Daytona 126506. Let's talk about it. Let's see. I'll start with OmniWatch. As you guys know, I have been personally very excited about OmniWatch 2023. And as you know, I was already quite into it and very intrigued by the curation, very intrigued by the selection of watches when they first published the online catalog. And by then, a handful of watches, a handful of the most exciting pieces really were not yet revealed. And we'll talk about one that was yet to be revealed later down the line, and what will happen to that particular watch by one of the most distinguished makers, of course. And of course, when I heard they were actually doing a world tour, allowing us to preview the watches, I was basically first in line. And I bothered the great folks at Christie's, both Mathieu and Eli, who were touring with the watches here in Los Angeles. And they were nice enough to basically let me take a look at most of the pieces, if not all, and even film and record some of those that I really liked, which I compiled in a 16-piece playlist here, mostly shorts. And I was only privy to some of the issues lurking in the background right when I sat down, literally, to make these 16 videos into a large one, previewing every single one of these pieces with my commentary interspersed as a narrative in between my little shoots. I have already done that in prose on Instagram, but I thought it would be nice to condense it into a single video. But of course, as always, I was just minding my business, checking out our friend Jose Perez's Instagram account when he was at the time valiantly fighting hordes of Blancpain fanboys and their new mercenaries that have joined them through Swatch Group's latest marketing ploy, Thrifty Fathoms. He had also begun to talk about the controversy that had been brewing behind the scenes about OmniWatch, about the allegations that were lodged against them by some collectors, some of the most prominent collectors, in fact, but also some families whose own children, whose own sons were afflicted with the disease that this particular organization or association was aiming to help find a cure for. So let's go to the background of that specifically. Only Watch is a charity auction that is organized by the Association monégasque contre les myopathies, AMM for short. This is an organization that was created in 2001 by a group of parents following the diagnosis of their children, and it was founded with one objective: to accelerate research into a treatment for Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a rare genetic disease, which is a specific kind of myopathy that I believe prominently, if not exclusively, affects young boys. And in 2005, AMM basically put into work this idea to organize a horological auction, a project that aimed to bring together some of the biggest watch brands, legacy brands, and up-and-coming independent makers, so that they could present one-off pieces, one-of-a-kind watches, and auction them for substantial funds that would then be put for research into muscular dystrophy. And a lot of, I think the amount that has been raised over the 9 editions so far was to the tune of 50 odd million Swiss francs, which is a significant amount of money. And for one reason or another, maybe it was just the critical mass needed, maybe because Instagram finally, in the wake of the pandemic, now provides immense levels of broadcast for certain collectors to disseminate their views. The 10th edition came after particular scrutiny, and that 10th edition seems now to be postponed. I would like to say postponed indefinitely, but certainly the website states that they will keep their followers, the interested parties, informed as soon as the date for 2024 is determined. So the implication is at least the event will be actually held in 2024. Now, it was, I think, a collector whose handle on Instagram is Santa Laura, who detailed his allegations. And of course, as I mentioned, the perennial gadfly for the horological community and friend of the pod, Jose Perez, was also articulating some of the allegations. He was articulating a certain case against the particular event. And again, I want to really specify of course, people have been militating against so-called cancel culture, mostly for the right reasons online. I think most of the collectors and others from the watch community who were trying to raise the level of scrutiny on OmniWatch as a charity auction and on AMM, on the association behind them, were essentially wanting to increase the level of transparency on the organization, right? The aim was not to dismantle a charity effort. The aim was not to cause for the only watch auction to be canceled for good. The amount was to bring the level of scrutiny on the event and on the association behind it, a whole organization that has been under the patronage of the Prince of Monaco, after all. And in fact, before this postponement was announced, and I'm going to read the press release momentarily, in fact, they had gone, as I covered here on this channel, they had taken the first step to actually address some of the concerns by the community. And I want to read some of the coverage of that by Watch Pro. OmniWatch describes how $100 million raised through its blockbuster charity watch auction is being spent. This is the website watchpro.com, and it's an article dated October 9th by one Rob Corder. Everybody in the watch business knows the origin story of OmniWatch. It was created in 2005 by Luc Petavino to raise funds for research on Duchenne muscular dystrophy, DMD, a muscle wasting condition that took his son's life at the age of just 21 by auctioning one-off timepieces created specially by the biggest brands. Since then, the biannual event has raised $100 million through the sale of unique watches. A charity organization behind OmniWatch, or rather the charity organization behind OmniWatch, the Association Monégasque contre les Myopathies, has been given the control of spending of $100 million on scientific research and medical progress to advance treatment of DMD. There have been rumblings around the charity auction every 2 years, mostly concerning the way watch brands use the sale to promote their watchmaking skills. And I'm glad again that the author Rob Corder here specifies that it took really until this year for the auction to really come under scrutiny for how they have been spending, how they have been using the funds, because most of the criticism really had centered previously about how some brands and legacy brands, as well as independent makers, used these one-off pieces as springboards for immediate releases of limited editions or other scarcely obtainable pieces, and how they had used the ludicrous amounts attained in a charity auction as the new standards for their pricing, right? That was the primary criticism about the Only Watch platform before 2023. I'm not implying that it had never come under scrutiny for the purposes of their charity efforts, but it was mostly through this, I have to say, for the most part, rightly cynical and certainly very definitely critical lens of exposing this idea that many watchmakers simply use it to launch their new product under a different guise, where their exorbitant pricing after the fact would not sting so much. Corder continues, every brand wants to see their one-of-one watches attract stratospheric bids, and this has led to rumors that the manufacturers often buy their own watches back after driving up the bidding. No comment. I think we have covered one of these cases, right? One that involved that smaller company from Bilbien and the peculiar shenanigans they had organized through a Philips watches auction to produce a record-breaking price for a Frankenstein Omega Speedmaster. We'll get back to that case soon enough, believe you me. It seems that it has potentially, and in fact most probably, gotten me blacklisted by Philips, which I will continue to carry as a badge of honor from now on. And again, I want to thank Jose Perez, Periscope, for playing an important part exposing that particular case to public attention, which was only picked up by these outlets that pretend they are watch journalists. It was only picked up by them after Neue Zürcher Zeitung actually picked up Perez's investigation and added to it a little bit of their own, giving it national exposure in German and later in English through Swiss press. Now, Corder says, in fact, there have been rumors, allegations that watchmakers, legacy brands, and more have been bidding and in fact buying back their own watches through the Only Watch charity auction, which is really as close as anything can get, allegedly, for price speculation and manipulation. These sorts of suspicions constantly swirl around auctioneers, but what is new for Only Watch this year are allegations that there is very little to show for the $100 million that has been raised by the organization, and a lack of transparency around the business of Association Monégasque contre les myopathies. which was founded by Mr. Petavino and who remains its chairman. The storm has been blowing up on social media, with OnlyWatch's official Instagram account bombarded with questions about how the money is used. I'm trying to find a set of audited accounts for OnlyWatch, Only Project, but can't seem to find them. Can you tell me where to find them? Asks one Instagrammer in the comments of an OnlyWatch posting. Where are the audited annual report of financials? There's only one reason why charities hide them and don't disclose them. And I think we all know what that is, adds another. Where does the money go? Where's the proof that OnlyWatch has ever helped out anyone? Fakers need to be canceled, a third comment suggests. And I want to add, these are just, people who have Instagram accounts who have been leaving comments and remarks on the posts. I think the people who have officially addressed OnlyWatch and the association behind them, like Jose Perez of Periscope or Santa Laura, have been much more direct, streamlined, and systematic in their comments. And again, not to imply that there's anything wrong with righteous anger, right? But I don't want the idea to travel, that the allegations against OnlyWatch are just some incensed Instagram commenters. St. Peter, how are you doing, man? And Basil's Bezels. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, St. Peter. They don't understand that I am actually doing a job for them and doing it for free, but it's okay. It's okay. It's everything in due time. Basil's Bezels, who is also a member of the channel, I really appreciate you, Basil, has sent a $2 super sticker, and he says, cool, with a pear-shaped guy, I think, right? Things have gone pear-shaped indeed. And I have an extremely bad haircut, so I'm kind of loving the moment that I have to cover something serious and can hide in this little box right here. I have a haircut that makes me look a little bit younger, but certainly much stupider. Investigating a charity based in Monaco. Corder continues, and please hit the like button if you are enjoying this video and if you're learning anything from it, where OnlyWatch operates under the patronage of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II is far from simple. But Watch Pro, this outlet who published the article, has contacted OnlyWatch, which has responded with a statement sent to its stakeholders this morning. This was the first time OnlyWatch addressed the controversy. We're going to read their most current statement momentarily that actually announced the postponement of the auction. A couple of things happened in between, and I will cover that as well. 1 month separates us from the 10th edition of OnlyWatch, and although we are fully mobilized on the world tour of the collection of unique timepieces and the organization of our auction on November 5th, we have become aware of online publications casting doubt on the financial regularity of our association. While these accusations are serious and disconnected from the reality of our charity, they provide us with an opportunity to review the way we operate, our present and future stakes, and to provide you with additional data. OnlyWatch concedes that only half of the 100 million raised since 2005 has so far been donated. To date, approximately half of that amount has been spent, a large majority of it on efforts to find a drug to treat DMD patients, the heart of our mission, declares the statement, which is signed by Mr. Petavino. OmniWatch says it has financed more than 50 researchers around the world and connected more than 200 of them through roundtables and initiatives meant to create synergies and accelerate the work. It has also created 2 biotech organizations to own the research. I think that declaration, that announcement, in fact, generated, I should say, more questions than it answered. These 2 biotech organizations that they have created that will own the research. One of them, SQY Therapeutics, is currently launching a clinical trial on a muscular dystrophy drug, of which the development has been entirely financed by OmniWatch funds. Mr. Petavino provides additional detail. In November 2022, AMM-funded biotech SQY Therapeutics received authorization from ANSM and EMA, these are French European sanitary authorities, for a phase 1 clinical trial for cure against Duchenne muscular dystrophy, named AVANCE-1, the first-in-human clinical trial with a molecule from the tricyclo-DNA class, SQY51, in 12 patients, pediatric and adults, is underway since June 2023 at Raymond Poincaré APHP Hospital in Garches. The financial resources required for future and current clinical developments are considerable, amounting the millions of euros, Mr. Petavino adds. An additional document has been shared with WatchPro that breaks down some of the spending, including 2 payments to SQY Therapeutics. 4.8 million euro was advanced for Q1 and Q2 or 2023, and an additional 3.6 million for Q3 and Q4. A similar amount, which amounts to 7 million, was given to SQY Therapeutics last year, down from 8.7 million euro in 2020 and 2.5 million in 2019. A grant of 4.2 million euro went to a Swiss biotech firm called Synthena in 2019, a subsidiary of the aforementioned company, SQY Therapeutics, but the funding was allocated to SQY Therapeutics from 2021 onwards. In total, between Synthena and its parent company, SQY Therapeutics, the document shared by AMM shows grants of 39.6 million euro between 2013 and 2023. SQY Therapeutics is owned by 49% by AMM. The remaining 51% is owned by parents and representatives of DMD patient associations, which includes, of course, Luc Petavino himself. Spending around $50 million has been described, 40 million euros to SQY Therapeutics. The remainder made up of smaller grants for institutions feeding research or technology into the wider program. That leaves around $50 million accrued by OmniWatch since 2005. According to Mr. Petavino, that money is rigorously managed to ensure that we are ready for the next steps. So at least the claim is that it is accounted for, which I'm sure will be clarified through the documents of auditions that will bring further transparency into the matter before next year's charity auction. So those next steps for which that other 50 million, the other half of the money raised by the charity efforts is dedicated, includes the development of the molecule for other exons of Duchenne muscular dystrophy, as well as for other genetic diseases, and the launch of new clinical trials testing the safety and efficacy of the molecules. If the proportion of that funding to SQY Therapeutics matches the allocation since 2005, the company can expect to receive in the region of 40 million euro from existing funds. OmniWatch will be hoping that this year's auction of 76 unique watches will raise north of 50 million Swiss francs again. That is pending 2024 now. OmniWatch says running costs of the charity represent around 1% of the auction result. Mr. Petavino appears to concede that there has not been enough transparency about the activities of AMM, but says this is about to change due to a law change in Monaco. Until now, the statement continues, or Mr. Petavino describes, Monegasque law of 2008 concerning associations and federations of associations required only that the financial statements of associations made available to the state and the administration. And apparently that has since changed. A sovereign ordinance dated September 14th, 2023, exactly this year, the law has changed, introducing now the obligation to audit the accounts of associations with a budget in excess of 500,000 euro. Petavino continues, we have already taken the necessary steps to have our accounts audited so that they can be made public, a legitimate step in line with the maturity of this project. We have appointed Ms. Bettina Ragazzoni, KPMG Monaco, as the auditor. So this was basically second week of October when the allegations had risen to a fever pitch. Then somewhat discreetly, I want to say, but certainly as an open secret, AP actually had withdrawn their contribution, their participation in this year's edition. I think now that the catalog is removed from the website, I'm assuming simply to avoid any further scrutiny and perhaps unnecessary back and forth about which watches have been withdrawn. This was lot number 6, an AP Royal Oak self-winding flying tourbillon open worked in white ceramic, which had a pre-auction estimate that was in the range between 300,000 to 350,000 in Swiss francs. AP had donated this to be auctioned off as lot number 6, but they withdrew it with simply about 3 weeks left for the auction, and not too long after that, François-Paul Jean actually came out and made a public statement through the Instagram account of his namesake company, this was 5 days ago now. François-Paul Jean extends his warmest support to his friend Luc Petavino and Only Watch. Dear friends, my opinion on Only Watch, my wish has always been to donate to medical charity that is necessary to save children. I reiterate my total confidence in Luc Petavino, whom I know well and who is a remarkable man, and also, of course, to the Principality of Monaco, that is the patron of Only Watch, and that is its guarantor. What is important is to pursue this engagement, and this is why I remain alongside Only Watch, exclamation point, because when this terrible sickness that kills the majority of affected youth before the age of 20 will be beaten, I'll be proud to say that I contributed. Look, ultimately, it's hard to disagree with the sentiment behind these words, right? This is why I myself contribute to the UNICEF, contribute to the St. Jude's Hospital for the Children. It's difficult to disagree with that sort of willingness and that sort of commitment to find a cure for a disease that affects young people, and an effort for research that will hopefully find a cure. Of course, ultimately, I think that campaign should not be hurt with the transparency that these public voices were demanding, right? If in fact it's with the public audition of the Only Project, of the AMM, it turns out that they absolutely have used all the money responsibly, and in fact preserved one half of it furthermore for future attempts to find a cure, and find a cure even for related genetic diseases. I think the public participation, the participation by the collectors and by the watchmakers will be even more enthusiastic, right? Why would anyone doubt that? And I'm saying this as someone who has also expressed certain misgivings about campaigns like this conducted on social media, right? Because at the end of the day, I do understand that That is not true, Taipei. I think that's a nice meme, but I actually held the watch in my hands. It was one of the finished watches, whereas we didn't see the Richard Mille amulet or whatever the hell that was that they supposedly designed for this auction. The Patek Philippe watch was only an engraved case back, and of course they had a good reason, and we will get back to that. Hey Sam, bonsoir. It's nice to see you. Yeah, but believe me, AP had finished the watch, and it was actually fully functional too, which I can't say about some of the other pieces that were touring with the auction under the premises of Christie's watches. All right, that being said, yes, I'm saying ultimately if the auditions are exposed to the public, shared with the public, and if everything is in the right order, if in fact half of the money has been specifically dedicated to this pharmaceutical organization that is currently in the process of actually testing a potential cure, and if the other half has been preserved for further clinical trials as well as research on related genetic diseases, I think only watch and the only project at large can only come out of this stronger. And I'm saying this as someone who has expressed misgivings about social media campaigns conducted against entities and celebrities. I know a lot of the mud that has been slung somewhat sticks, and there's always a bitter aftertaste. I understand that, and honestly, I think that is always unjust, but that's why we should also remain responsible to make sure that if, in fact, the allegations are found to be unfounded, if they are not proven, we owe the same kind of responsibility to come out again and show full support for this kind of project. Because why can't we have good things, right? Only Watch is one of those projects that, with all our prejudices, with all our righteous criticism against legacy brands and independent makers using this as a platform to implicitly and allegedly price gouge, even with all that, this is a worthy project. This is something that brings us a lot of excitement, a lot of interesting new watches, one-off pieces, one-of-a-kind pieces. I still think the idea is amazing. I hope the implementation has been exactly in the way that was outlined in the first response, because the current response has actually announced the postponement of the Only Watch auction until 2024, and with the dates, with the newly scheduled date not yet announced, I can only say that's actually an indefinite postponement. So here is what the official statement of Only Watch on the postponement pronounces. The last 2 years have seen a major turning point in this epic journey towards therapy, with the validation by the French and European health authorities of a first-in-human clinical trial financed entirely by funds raised through Only Watch, launched in June 2023 at the Gauche Hospital in the Paris region. This impact is the fruit of nearly 20 years' work by a unified group bringing together watch brands, buyers, donors, researchers, clinicians, organizational and logistical partners, and the media. Thousands of hours of work by thousands of people have gone into creating the finest charity auction of unique timepieces in the world. A few days before the auction, questions were raised about the allocations of funds and the governance of the AMM, an association of the parents' families. Now, I understand. I understand the emotions that are behind the writing of this letter. I know it must have been very difficult to take this decision, because once again, it's about 100 million raised so far, and believe me, in 2023 had the potential to raise basically half of the amount that has been raised in the 9 editions that had preceded it. So I understand why I sense some, a little bit of bitterness behind this letter, because obviously the questions were raised about a month to go before the auction, and even longer, in fact, right about the time when publicity about the event was really picking up, with the world tour taking off in Los Angeles, then visiting New York, and then finally coming to Monaco. So it wasn't just a few days before the auction. We are not even yet a few days before the auction. So I feel like they misrepresent the timeline a little bit there. And with all the sympathies, I don't think that's right. Answers were provided. They are referring to their previous statements regarding the funding strategies chosen, the structures and projects supported, and the association's accounts and budgets. However, the time for certifications, changes in governance, and the imminent auction do not coincide. We cannot bring ourselves to cast doubt on the sincerity of the commitment of all the parties involved in this project, nor can we allow this wonderful story to be rewritten. And I actually have full respect for that. Why risk going through with it when you had already AP having withdrawn their contribution, withdrawn their donation? I heard other brands were on the verge of joining them. So it is much better, I think, to say, hey, let us reassess the situation, right? There has been, in less than 2 months to go to the auction, there was a serious legal change in Monaco, where our charity is based, where our auction is, where our association is based. Let's come up with a status that pleases all the participants, all the stakeholders, and that also lifts this shadow of doubt that has been cast on the event for this particular season, right? And I think, again, I think it is a wonderful story. I think it is a beautiful idea. I think, for me, charity and horology coming together represents something very important and pure that shouldn't be disturbed, that shouldn't be sullied. So I can only commend them for the responsibility that they have shown, and the responsibility they have shown for their own project in, putting a pause on this year's proceedings. We want to continue to move forward in harmony with the community that has rallied around this unique and ambitious charitable and scientific project. And so we are taking the decision to postpone the auction to 2024. Their statement closes with an announcement from the mouth of Luc Petavino, founder of Only Watch and chairman of the AMM, Association Monégasque contre les Myopathies. We will continue to move forward, providing even more information on the virtuous and extraordinary actions we have achieved thanks to this dynamic. The agility that characterizes us has enabled us to make exceptional progress. One of our greatest joys is knowing, as we write these lines, that a group of children and young adults have been included in a clinical trial made possible by the Only Watch funds. It's tangible, concrete, and gives us hope for a cure. That's what's important. And again, who can disagree with that? Who can disagree with that? All right, so I'm sure we will continue to talk about this. I'm sure the news of the postponement will continue to reverberate among the community. I'm still going to, I think, do a couple more videos on this. I'm still going to talk about the creations that I managed to shot when they were coming through Los Angeles and share what I think about them. Of course, the question remains what Patek Philippe is going to do with their contribution, which, as you know, was also a very special gift to the company's president emeritus, Philipp Stern, for his 85th birthday. Apparently, it's going to be his most favorite complication, and it is going to be number one of a 30-piece limited edition. So let's see what they do with it. But you guys know, Philipp Stern is a big Scorpio. He has his birthday in November. I think it's November 10, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully we'll still get to see that watch as a gift from the son to the father. And I'm sure a lot of these watches will remain part of the fold for the 2024 auction. Because again, listen, by nature, I'm a pessimist. I always expect the worst to come, but I also expect the best out of the people, unless they prove otherwise. And that's what I expect from this charity project as well, and from the people that lead it. And I want to believe that they will come up with an audition. They will come through the audition in a way that pleases the public, in a way that casts away the doubts that have been raised about how the funds have been handled through this charity effort. Now, I will continue with a small piece of news, a little bit of a funny, so to speak, because I was just talking with my friend Aussie expat, as you guys know, about his aspiration to get a new platinum Daytona. And we were joking around, since Mark Wahlberg has moved to Las Vegas already some years back. I was always kidding that he will get the allocation first. I mean, it's one of the most obvious things to say, of course, but there it is. It has already happened. The 126506 on the wrist of Mark Wahlberg, identified by the internet's best watch spotter, Nikolai, at Nikolai on Instagram. And obviously, on the wrist, the watch doesn't look radically different from the 116506, which was the 50th anniversary Rolex Daytona, as you know, first time serially produced in platinum. But this one, of course, is immediately spotted by the metal ring that surrounds the Cerachrome bezel, or rather the metal ring into which the bezel is inserted. So this is sad news for our little community, sad news for our own Aussie expat, who seems to have missed out on at least the first allocation. Maybe he will get the second one that comes through Las Vegas. Who knows? At least he can now genuinely think that the next one is mine, since Wahlberg already has one. If I were in Wahlberg's place, I would try to get one with the luminous style, one with the baguette cut diamond markers, of course. Mark, if you're listening, get that allocation too before Aussie gets his hands on it. I have people in the audience who believe in Aussie, who still want to believe. St. Peter says Aussie will be platinum before you know it. Hey, I didn't realize he was recording music. I think you might be onto something there, St. Peter. I think Aussie might yet have a successful music career before he gets a platinum Daytona, and maybe that can be a quicker pathway to get an allocation for a 126506, rather than asking as an average citizen who has a very respectable collection of contemporary Rolex sports watches. Just saying. So he might actually go platinum before I know it, and that might get him a platinum Daytona. All right, so we were talking about some of the upcoming auctions. Of course, Christie's was going to host the OmniWatch auction as part of the auction weekend, as part of the fall festivities in Geneva. Now that seems to have been postponed for another season. They still have 2 more auctions coming up, both scheduled for November 6th, both in Geneva. And one that is actually a single owner collection, perhaps one of the most important contemporary collections of watches. As always, I'm sending the link into the chat. If you want me to pay particular attention to any of these watches, if you want me to take a look at one of them before the end of the broadcast for tonight, I would be more than happy to do that. This is an auction that expresses, I think, a rather consistent taste of one collector. There are a lot of interesting contemporary independents. All the big brands are there, very ably presented. Some very interesting Rolex and Audemars Piguet pieces, of course, not to mention Patek, as well as some pieces sprinkled with celebrity stardust and just sold quite recently in auction. All in all, 113 some lots. With some usual suspects and some very, very interesting pieces indeed. So buckle up. There's even a couple of non-watch related pieces that are being sold as part of this collection. One is still, I think, ostensibly related because there are a lot of watches that has the Armani royal insignia on the dials. So this is a platinum St. Dupont lighter. Set with diamonds and obviously made for the Sultanate of Oman, number 33 of a 60-piece limited run, set with diamonds as well. And it comes, as you can see, with its requisite certificate of authenticity, product literature, as well as the presentation box and outer packaging. Limited to 60 examples only. The lighter was especially made for the Sultanate of Oman, preserved with utmost care. The lighter is bestowed with the Khanjar insignia, the coat of arms of the Sultanate of Oman. It is furnished with a sumptuous leather presentation box and with the Omani Khanjar emblem. St. Dupont certifies the authenticity of the natural diamonds as follows: 2.50 millimeters in diameter, full cuts, color is G, purity VS2, and the weight is 0.055 to 0.06 carats per stone. St. Dupont 60th anniversary lighter, one of only 60 in platinum, set with diamonds and bearing the insignia of bearing the coat of arms of the Sultanate of Oman. This is a lot 2111, and it has an estimated value of 5,000 to 6,000 in Swiss francs. I think the one I really wanted to take a look at almost right away was this salmon dial white gold Zenith Daytona, which is an incredible specimen and very rare indeed. This is lot number 2038, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16519, 18 karat white gold with those fixed end links presented on a leather strap and with a matching dépliant clasp. This particular example has still the case back sticker intact, clearly worn, but also preserved in a state where all the hallmarks, as you can see on the back, are very crisp and legible. There are scratches, maybe even minor dings, but from my perspective, I love the unpolished look, the substantive look, which preserves the factory finish of the watch, especially for something that is as rare, as unique as this particular watch, and you see this hallmark for precious metal, which happens to be Saint Bernard's head, very rustic. Gotta love it. And of course, that unique salmon dial, which also has the oversized Arabic numbers and laid out in that particular way. That's very much a distinctive look for that Zenith generation. Again, as a quick reminder, Rolex for the first time introduced a self-winding movement to what has, of course, eventually become one of their flagship models, to the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in 1988. By that time, they were still outsourcing their chronograph movements, and this particular one was Zenith El Primero movements, the caliber 400s, named El Primero, of course, because it has a claim to be one of the first, if not the first, self-winding chronograph movements in the world. Rolex, of course, removed the date indicator, reduced the beat rate, and otherwise modified the movement for further stability, as well for further durability, and that brought us the generation of the first generation of automatic Rolex Daytonas, and an aesthetic, I think, that remains timeless, and that remains as desirable as ever for that particular balance that it brings to the dial. There have been some theories about the provenance of these salmon dials. Of course, it's a beautiful combination when it's served up in a white metal case, here in a white gold case. Some people say that these dials were a prototype that has never been produced serially. Some say that it was a special dial for VIP clients. In either case, they are extremely rare in number. I know they say that about just about any piece presented on an auction, but honestly, I've never seen one of these in person, and certainly only a handful have I come across online. So it is, in fact, quite rare. And this particular example at lot 2038 of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16519 with the salmon dial, is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 150,000 to 250,000 in Swiss francs. We were just talking about platinum Rolex Daytonas. This is the previous generation. This is the 50th anniversary model. And as St. Peter said, it has to be the most beautiful one. The previous generation distinguished the two 1165 506s, so to speak, the true platinum models. The one that has luminous style actually has outer rings in the chronograph registers that echo the maroon shades of the Cerachrome bezel. For this generation, the one with the baguette cut diamonds on the dial actually has an ice blue dial that just has a slightly different finish, kind of a radial groove on the outer rings. So two different shades of blue rather than using that more distinct accent of the brown, or rather maroon shades. St. Peter, thank you, $4.99. Off topic, but are you interested in the new Scorsese film? I'm hoping to see it soon. It's never off topic because Martin Scorsese is a Rolex ambassador, as you may or may not know, and apparently he wore, as he actually wore also on the set of The Irishman when he was filming it, he wore his Kermit, his 50th anniversary Submariner, on the set of the Killers of the Flower Moon. That's what it is, right? I wanna go see it. Maybe this weekend, maybe tomorrow if I can set aside some time. But really, it's technically not off topic because this is our man wearing the 166-110 LV. This is back in 2019, or maybe a little earlier, since the film was released in 2019. But it's back when he was filming The Irishman. And I saw more recently, someone posted a picture of him for the filming. Maybe it was in Variety. I want to say it was in Variety. Let's see. If it's there, we can spot it from the picture. Probably isn't. I don't know where it was, but there was a photo of him on the set of Killers of the Flower Moon, which has a brilliant cast too, by the way. So I'm very excited about that movie. Beyond it being a Scorsese movie, beyond it being a story about American origins in more ways than one, it is about the origin of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It is, of course, a story about the indigenous peoples of this land as well. So it's going to be fantastic. I just have to find those 3 to 4 hours to set aside for it. But yeah, thank you for bringing it up. I'm pretty excited about it too, actually. But we were looking at this Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116506 from the previous generation, therefore, of the Platinum Daytona with the baguette cut diamonds on the dial at lot 2037, which has the pre-auction estimates within the range set between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. And as you could see in that second picture, it is basically a complete set, and it is therefore also priced accordingly. That turned out really well, actually. You know, you were talking about baguette cuts on the dial of a Daytona, and then you brought up a question, and you got value for money right there. Thank you so much. I know you like these too, so I wanted to go with this beautiful Royal Oak Tourbillon next. This is a limited edition made for the United Arab Emirates, apparently, in 10 pieces. But otherwise, it is a design that I really like, that is still quite exclusive, by the way. What I really like about this piece from a design aspect is how they adapted the classic tapisserie pattern of the dial as if it is organized around, well, by organizing it around the tourbillon cage, and that gives it the look of kind of a cobblestone street, or you can imagine something slightly more industrial, like the cover of a manhole, perhaps. And here you have a beautiful aquamarine shade of blue for the dial for this limited edition, or turquoise maybe would be another way of putting it, which would make it probably more high proximate, so perhaps that's better. It is also not really in any way something quite common, because at the end of the day, this is also platinum and titanium, meaning that the case and bracelets are largely in titanium, which gives a very airy feel to this piece. But the accents, consisting in the octagonal bezel as well as the tapering centerlinks or tapering interlinks of the bracelet, are actually executed in platinum, which of course emphasizes that interplay of grain brushed and highly polished surfaces that are one of the distinctive marks of Gerard Jantel's 1972 design. That is a beautiful dial. Very nice color. As you see, it comes with a box that does designate it as a UAE limited edition, as a limited edition made for the United Arab Emirates. Which is also signified on the case back. UAE 06 out of 10, titanium and platinum. A power reserve indicator on the case back. Nicely polarized ratchet wheel there, and kind of solar stripe configuration on the bridge plates that are also open worked to expose both the tourbillon cage from the back as well as the rest of the gear train. It's really a stunning piece. Limited edition, hype color, full set. It basically checks all kinds of boxes for a hype watch, so to speak. It was inspired apparently by the Yas Marina F1 circuit in Abu Dhabi. This is lot 2033 for an AP Royal Oak tourbillon, a limited edition for the United Arab Emirates, with an aquamarine or turquoise blue dial, executed in titanium with platinum accents. And the piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere in the range between 200,000 to 400,000 in Swiss francs. Beautiful. Thank you, Whiskey. It's nice to see you in the chat as well. I think your comment was when we were looking at the Platinum Daytona with baguette diamonds on the dial, but I think it applies almost equally to this piece. Again, two hype pieces that I would love to hate, but I can't help myself. I actually like them a lot, simply because I love the designs. And I've been thinking about that question. It's also something that we touched upon, when Aussie Expat Watches, and check out his channel as well at Aussie Expat Watches on YouTube. It's something that comes up on our conversations when it comes to hype pieces, when it comes to pieces that are desired by most enthusiasts and most collectors. And I understand that, the more discerning collectors sometimes push against the grain and try to make more educated, original, and personal choices. And I respect that a lot. But, there's nothing wrong, actually, with liking something that most other people like as well. I think there's something beautiful that can be found in things that are quote unquote otherwise common, or otherwise desired by most normal people. There's nothing wrong with that. And I feel it's kind of following herd mentality in reverse to deny yourself that kind of pleasure if you actually like it, right? I mean, imagine not eating pasta and pizza because everyone else likes it too, right? Imagine not wanting to ever eat a burger even though you actually love love a nice juicy patty, patted between two nice pieces of bread, like a brioche bun or something, freshly cut onions, lettuce, a slice of tomato, whatever sauce you prefer, however you take your meat or fake meat, like I sometimes indulge myself. Um, just enjoy it. If that's actually what you like, there's nothing wrong with it. So if you like the Daytona, don't try to hate it because everyone else likes the Daytona as well. If you love the Royal Oak, like I do, don't just hate it because it's become a hype piece and it's mostly unobtainable for any random person through the usual channels of retail. It's okay. I still love it. I still love it. I can hate AP's current practices through their own boutiques, especially. Um, but I can still love the design. I can still love a lot about the brand, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I advise the same to most, if not all, collectors. Don't just try to hate the watch that you actually like just because it's hype. Lot 2032. This is another Royal Oak that I really like, and especially in the current lineup. Probably it's one of my absolute favorites. This is the 15407 ST, which is the AP Royal Oak double balance, open worked in stainless steel, 41 millimeters. So this is not the open worked version of the Jumbo. That's in the current lineup is, I believe, I want to say, what is it, 16204, I want to say. This is the 15407, so 41 millimeters, double balance. And of course, also with sweep center seconds hand. As you guys know, the Jumbo is a resolutely two-hand watch, and that's still the case for the 16204, which eliminates the date window but keeps the two-hander time indication. However, you're looking at the 15407 ST, the double balance open worked in stainless steel. And the double balance wheel actually addresses a particular problem with the hairspring, right? Because the balance wheel actually is at the core of regulating the accuracy of a watch. However, of course, when there's a single balance, the hairspring is tilted vertically, so the gravity pulls it off center ever so slightly, which impacts its precision. The design of this particular movement incorporates two superimposed balance wheels, each accompanied by its own hairspring, which is supposed to compensate for that perennial problem. As you can see, it's the second balance wheel. that you can glimpse at through the case back. The first one has that gilt accents and is located at around 8 p.m. or between 7 to 9 p.m., which you can see on the dial side. This is lot 2032 for an AP Royal Oak double balance open worked, reference 15407 ST in stainless steel. The piece does come with its full set, and it has a pre-auction estimate that is set in the range between 80,000 to 160,000 in Swiss francs. By the way, please hit the like button for this, again, for my small fry channel, for my little channel. It makes all the difference. In fact, go ahead and do that with all the shorter form videos that I've been posting over the last weeks and months. There's quite an archive now that you can peruse, even as a non-member. If you're a member, the archive is even broader, even larger. And I invite all of you to become members so you can have access to new content that is exclusive to you and that gets revealed to you before everyone else. But for everyone else, there's already quite an archive. So like those videos. If you really like them, share them, leave a comment, which can be a further question, or simply a comment or suggestion or even a critique. I respond to just about everything that is reasonable. If it's unreasonable and hateful, I will respond to that too in the manner it deserves. You know me. So go ahead and leave a nasty and vicious comment as well. I can take it. It is well appreciated. That being said, I think I'm in need of a little bit of a drink. So let me spice it up a little bit because there are a few interesting pieces at the very beginning. In fact, the very first lot, 2001, is by our very own Josh Shapiro. So you take a look at that. This is J.N. Shapiro Infinity, while I grab that drink. And yeah, now that I have this microphone, I can even take you with me. You won't get to see me, but you can hear me. Okay, this is a little bit different. I don't like sugary stuff usually, but I found something interesting. So let's see. Good stuff. St. Peter, if you're taking off, have a good evening to yourself as well. It's always nice to have you on board here. So I hope you enjoyed the show, and thank you so much for your super chat. Of course, Jan Shapiro watches are distinguished by their dials first and foremost. This is an infinity, which was basically his first series, and it didn't really aspire to the same level of the American-made standard, although it's hard to imagine, of course, the Resurgence series without the previous existence of the infinity. The infinity has a movement that was bought from Uhrenwerke Dresden, UWD, which is owned by Lang und Heine, and which was established by, of course, the famous German watchmaker Marco Lang. And of course, this was the first watch that displayed Josh Shapiro's unique engine turning pattern, which is the infinity or the infinity weave. The piece has an 18 karat pink gold case and 40 millimeters in diameter. It comes, of course, with a Jan Shapiro buckle, a guarantee dated 2021, a leather card holder, and a presentation box. This is number 46 in the series. A very handsome looking watch with a silvered dial, engine turned by hand for decoration, with 3 distinct patterns at that, a fish scale on the perimeter of the dial, a basket weave at the center of the dial, and J.N. Shapiro's proprietary infinity weave in that oversized subdial for the seconds, beautiful heat blued hands with the numbers engraved and filled in with blue enamel too to resonate with the color of those hands for the hour and minutes. And the seconds hand also has the infinity symbol as counterweight, which serves to also symbolize this particular series. The counterweight, I believe, in the Resurgence series is an hourglass. So this will remain a unique touch of that first series, which energized J.N. Shapiro as an independent maker. That's a beautiful presentation box, by the way. with a lovely insert. That is itself. Engine turns. Which of course is, again, the most important part, I think, of this watch, if I may say that, because that was the part of the Infinity series that was fully made in Los Angeles, with distinct various engine turn patterns. The dial is in silver with a seconds ring and the plaque that carries the signature of the brands, fashioned out of 18 carats gold that matches with the case. And here is the here's the UWD movement, which I believe was used in a number of different watches before, including Langenheine's own entry to the integrated bracelet genre, the Hector. This is the UWD 33-2. And I believe Zinn had a movement that was related to this, that they used from UWD, that they that powered their Meisterbund series. But don't quote me on that. I don't somehow trust my memory on this. This is lots 2001 for a Jan Shapiro Infinity, movement number 40 from around 2021, in pink golds, 40 millimeters in diameter, full sets, powered by a UWD movement. The piece has a pre-auction estimate of 15 to 30,000 in Swiss francs. Danny boy. I'm just, anyway, I'm not saying anything. Lot 2002, this is an Urban Jürgensen. Again, right before, I believe, the brand was liquidated in a way, since it was also recently acquired by a new group of investors with Kari Voutilainen leading the helm, or taking the helm. This is a reference 1140 in pink gold, 40 millimeters in diameter, with a beautiful engine turns dial, which is of solid silver. The watch is powered by caliber P4, which is a twin barrel movement manufactured by Jean-François Mojon of Conod, exclusively for Urban Jurgensen. It has a stop seconds mechanism and has up to 3 days of autonomy when it's fully wound. The watch has a stunning anthracite gray dial, again with a variety of patterns, engine turns for decoration by hand, obus shaped applied indices as the hour markers, and the hands variously of heat blued stainless steel and pink golds, matching the hues of the case and the rest of the dial fixtures. Beautiful contemporary dress watch. In 40 millimeters. This is lot 2002, and the piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 20,000 and 40,000 Swiss francs. Lot 2003 is Groeneveld with the 8 seconds remontoire. As you guys know, this this is one of the jewels on the crown of the horological brothers. The 1941 remontoire, which was launched in 2016 as a limited edition of 188 movements. It won the Best Men's Watch Award in the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève in 2016, when it was introduced. As you can see, the governor of that mechanism is exposed at around 9 o'clock, or at exactly 9 o'clock on the dial, which spins around every 8 seconds when that constant force mechanism is activated. Of course, this piece has been already sold out, but even then, even if this was a watch you could still acquire, it doesn't change the fact that this particular example is actually the prototype movement, number 0 out of 188. So still pretty special. The case scales right under 40 millimeters in 18 karat pink gold, or red gold as they present it. The dial is a solid silver with a frosted finish, heat blued alpha styled hands, give a nice accent to what is otherwise a pretty neutral and monochromatic affair on the face of the watch. And of course, there is a small subsidiary dial for seconds at 6 o'clock. As I mentioned, this watch has already been a resounding success, quite a sensation with the awards that it has won, including the Best Men's Watch at GPHG in 2016. It's been quite a sensation, but even then, this is the one that holds that prototype number 0 movement. So quite important for that reason. If not for anything else, lot 2003 for this Passion for Time auction, which is a single owner collection at Christie's Geneva. This is a live event that will be held on November 6th. And the 1941 Remontoir by the Groeneveld brothers has a pre-auction estimate that is set between 50,000 to 100,000 in Swiss francs. Again, if you would like me to most certainly attend to any of these watches before the end of tonight's live stream, I still have about 2 hours to go, but who knows, maybe you are in a hurry. Maybe I might not get to what you would like me to cover. So send in the lot number with a super chat and I will attend to it as soon as possible. Lot 2004 is another piece by Groeneveld. This is their chronograph, the chronograph in tantalum, number 5 in a 25-piece series. This piece, including its lovely design, which merges classical and contemporary elements, also has a mechanism that quite remarkably addresses, again, one of the common problems that one has with a standard chronograph movement. And that relates to the mechanism for resetting the chronograph. So you have, once again, a governor that is exposed on the dial of the watch. right around the traditional 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in relation to that off-center dial for hour and minutes. Because one of the things that is a great source for wear and tear of chronograph movements is that harsh reset, right, which puts everything back to zero, where the chronograph has this governor that is adapted from the governor mechanisms of minute repeaters, which are used for the speed control for the pace of those chiming functions, to provide a soft reset for the chronograph when it returns to zero. There's an off-center dial for hour and minutes, right around at 1 o'clock, a power reserve indicator that is in the form of a scale or a sector between 10 and 11:30, so to speak. Continuous running seconds at 9, a 30-minute totalizer at 6, and finally that visible centrifugal governor at around 4 o'clock to provide a soft zero for that centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand. All of the hands, including the alpha-styled hour and minute hands, are heat blued, which once again provides a nice bit of contrast, if also a little bit of a flare to what is otherwise a monochromatic affair. The case of the 1941 is quite sculptural, with a number of details and different finishes, so that's something to be admired, certainly up close. And here's a look at the movements. This particular example has a tantalum case, and it is one of the 25 pieces that were reserved for the premiere edition. I don't know if you are blind or what. I'm still wearing the shirt, as you can see. That's Steel Buffalo Motors. So nothing happened, and they were never my sponsors. They are my friends, which is a little bit different, but which is a good way of saying that no one paid me any money to for them to be considered my sponsor. This is lot 2004. Kronefeld's 1941 chronograph, number 5 of the 25-piece premiere edition. tantalum case, introducing that new chronograph movement that allows for the soft resets of the mechanism. And of course, speaking of the GPHG prices that Grönefeld wins, this particular piece actually won the chronograph watch prize in the 2022 edition of the GPHG as well. We're looking at the single owner auction, Passion for Time, that's coming up on November 6th, organized by Christie's Geneva. This is lot 2006 at De Béthune DB28. One of those pieces with the pierced and floating lugs that have this unique ergonomic design with hinges at 9 and 3 o'clock that allow the watch to sit as close to your wrist as possible, with the lugs conforming to the shape of your wrist with the help of the strap, of course. The piece is in titanium, 43 millimeters in diameter, and it has a polished titanium dial as well. The heat blued hands allowing for increased legibility. Of course, you see a very elegant and tapered balance bridge, which itself exposes the proprietary De Béthune balance wheel that is itself made in blued titanium, which has over the years become one of the distinctive and identifiable visual elements of the brand. Manual movement with 6-day power reserve. So it's not only about the bells and whistles, such as the blue titanium balance wheel with those white gold inserts and the silicone escape wheel, and a de Béthune balance spring with flat terminal curve. This is also a twin barrel movement, again, that provides 6 days of full autonomy at full crank. This is lot 2006 with an estimated value of 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 2009 is a piece by Kari Voutilainen, and I believe it is a pièce unique. It is a one-of-a-kind watch, a decimal repeater, a decimal minute repeater, housed in an 18-karat white gold case, 39.5 millimeters in diameter. A power reserve indicator has a separate sector with its own engine turn decoration, as you can see. At 1 o'clock, the majority of the dial has a hobnail decoration, which is shared with the subsidiary dial, even though the directions are different. And the power reserve indicator has a wave pattern, a wave motif, so to speak. Sapphire cabochon caps off the crown. Roman numerals, and the hands are heat blued and rhodium plated with that postmodern observatory or bird's beak style. I will get to your super chat right now, Nick Butter, right after I finish presenting on this watch. Voutilainen produced the decimal minute repeater in 2004, first time in a wristwatch. And the decimal system apparently felt more logical for Kari Voutilainen, since people count in tens rather than the usual 15-minute interval, which is what most chiming watches, quote unquote, repeat. Of course, this meant that he had to design a new movement, his own movement, for this new repeating system. Otherwise, the principle remains the same. When you activate the chiming mechanism by using the slide on the left flank of the case. The first strike indicates the hour, and the second strike indicates each 10 minutes that are elapsed. So the hour is counted in single strikes and double strikes for each elapsed 10-minute period after the hour. And finally, of course, a single strike again for each elapsed minutes after the last fully complete 10 minutes period. Here's that stunning movement that Kari Voutilainen introduced in 2004. And this particular one-of-a-kind version of that decimal miniature Peter in a white gold case, scaling right under 40 minutes, 40 millimeters, and that has a silver dial, of course, featuring a variety of trademark engine-turned finishes by the maker. Lot number 2009 has an eye-watering range for its estimated value, and it is expected to realize a final amount somewhere in the range between 200,000 and 400,000 Swiss francs. Nick Butter, thank you for tuning in. The auction has some nice pieces. My interest is in lot 2013, Romain Gauthier, an interesting piece. Yeah, this is one of the earlier pieces by Romain Gauthier, 2017, HMS, which stands for hour, minutes, and seconds. Seemingly less complicated, but certainly a piece that exudes some of the distinctive aesthetic characteristics of Romain Gauthier as a manufacturer. The piece has a pretty nice oversized dial for hour and minutes that is slightly shifted upwards and remains at 12 o'clock with a kind of imaginary upward facing crescent surrounding it. It does have open worked cutouts, which we will talk about in a second. So a superimposed and overlapping subsidiary dial for seconds that is situated right at 5 o'clock. With a cutout sector superimposed on the off-center dial itself. This is a piece from 2017, housed in a 41 millimeter case, executed in 18 karat pink gold, a midnight blue semi-open worked dial with also partial elements that feature guilloche decoration. As you can see, this is the Prestige HMS 10th anniversary model. It was first introduced in 2007. This is a pièce unique from 2017. And as you can see, the piece does not have a winding crown on the case, which has a unique symmetry, therefore. The winding system is on the back. A large toothed wheel, flat on the case back. The movement has 60 hours of autonomy when it's fully wound. And on the dial, it exposes the circular spoked wheels, as well as the escapement. Which is bespoke to the watch. Very beautiful and unique piece that demonstrates some of the distinctive aesthetic and technical capabilities of Romain Gauthier as a manufacturer. The Prestige HMS Hour Minutes Seconds 10th anniversary at lot number 2012, with an estimated value between 50,000 to 100,000 in US dollars. I am realizing now that you asked for 2013, but hey, we're at it already, so why not continue? One of the great things that you can do when you engineer your own movements, when you make in-house movements from scratch. You saw in the HMS model where you didn't actually have a winding crown. Here, you can place them anywhere or nowhere at all. Here, the crown is at 2 o'clock, or the traditional 2 o'clock, since the watch has a diminutive off-center dial for hours and minutes at 12 o'clock, with an overlapping subsidiary seconds for this, overlapping subsidiary dial for seconds. This is the open worked version of the Insight micro rotor, which has been reiterated and released in so many different guises, so many different materials. More recently, it has been made in carbonium, which is a carbon fiber composite that has been also used in the airline industry by none other than the Airbus, for example. The Insight microrotor was introduced for the first time as the first self-winding movement by the manufacturer. And it exposes that 22 carats full gold winding rotor at the traditional 9 o'clock, which provides the watch 80 hours of power reserve once it's fully wound. The dials of the watch are in oven-fired camphor enamel. And as you can see, even the screws that you can see that are setting in place those open-worked bridges are bespoke with S-shaped slots. So every detail of this watch has been both stylistically and technically thought out by the manufacturer, which I think is a great element, especially if you want something very special. But a lot of those details also have some kind of technical meaning to the maker as well. Now, I'm not an engineer, and I know very little about assembling watches, but Romain Gauthier told me that those S slot screws actually increase the torque when you are assembling the watch. So it has some sort of technical reasoning behind it. I like it. Whatever it is, it's a compelling story. I buy it. This is an example of the Insight micro rotor Skelette, the open-worked version of the Insight micro rotor. Again, from 2022, number 5 of a 10-piece limited edition in a 39 millimeter case, executed in 18 karat pink gold, oven-fired Grand-Feu black enamel dial, and lot number 2013 is expected to realize a final hammer price between 60,000 and 120,000 in Swiss francs. You can see those signature circular spokes on the wheels. Lovely anglage on the bridges, a satin brushed finish on this particular movement. Beautiful piece at lot number 2013. And thank you, Nick Butter, for your understanding. The Romain Gauthier pieces are certainly masterpieces of art and techniques. And, you know, I was almost getting to them, so I'm glad you sped me up. You got me there. But the two watches before them are no less beautiful. Lot 2019 is a George Daniels piece. You know, we were talking about George Daniels a bit because Rob Report had highlighted two George Daniels pieces, both of them made by Roger Smith, that are coming up on auction at Sotheby's. But since a lot of these other auction houses are not going to come up short, they have curated their own George Daniels pieces. This is the platinum anniversary number 00. So the first watch of Daniels's anniversary series, which of course was highlighting his invention of the coaxial escapement, which Omega had commercialized in 1999, and which was at the time celebrating its 35th anniversary. This was a collaboration the anniversary series was a collaboration that brought George Daniels and his prize pupil, so to speak, Roger Smith. It features an entirely handmade, hand-wound movement, a new caliber in the English style, and made entirely in-house. Classically finished also, with gilt and frosted bridges. And as you can see, this one is marked number 00, which demarcates it, or which specifies it as the first watch to be made in this series. Those beautifully finished domed and blued steel screws, jewels placed in those polished countersinks. And of course, the beautiful free-sprung coaxial escapement. The case is in platinum, and of course itself beautifully finished with that double-stepped bezel. And the dial itself is decorated to, according to the art of Breguet, for a man who has written the book on the whole damn thing. As you can see, all the hands are thermally treated to this beautiful shade of maroonish purple as well, which is a very attractive and unique color that you don't always see. Of course, the bluing is much more common. I believe the purple color is even slightly harder, because I believe it's like a shorter process. So even you have to be even more specific and quick, because as temperature increases, I believe the stainless steel takes this straw-like color, which then kind of turns brown, then purple, and then blue. So, between those variants, of course, you can get any number of shades of these colors, from that quote-unquote neutral shade of stainless steel to a cornflower blue, and purple is kind of the intermediate shade here, which means the timing just has to be perfect about it. Yeah, and that's another thing that you will only hear on this channel. Of course, the others are partying out and about. I can both hold my drink better than them and actually know a thing or two about watches. So stay tuned. This is lot 2010 for number 00 from the George Daniels' anniversary series, the very first watch, very first platinum, most certainly to be made in those series, from 2017. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that is set between 1,200,000 to 2,400,000 in Swiss francs. The next one is Parmigiani Fleurier, and certainly a piece that once again has a beautifully finished, almost sculptural looking case. As you guys might know, the now discontinued, I'm afraid, Parmigiani Toric series had case designs that harken back to the Doric columns of the classical ages. That speaks to the double-stepped bezel design, which is ever so finely fluted as well. A very beautiful copper-toned flange also accounts for the kind of depth that is given to the case by that particular design. Big Côte de Genève energy on the bridge plates that surrounds the tourbillon cage, and also lovely anglage on them too, to say nothing of the countersunk jewels that are beautiful and oversized. A finely finished tourbillon bridge that also, of course, doubles up as a seconds indicator as well. The brand was established for master watchmaker Michel Parmigiani in 1996 by funding granted to him, through funding granted to him by the Sandoz Family Foundation. And the tourbillon was one of the first models that he introduced. This particular example comes from around year 2000, around the turn of the millennium. 40 millimeter pink gold case, semi-skeletonized dial that gives prominence to the tourbillon cage, oversized and beautifully framed at 6 o'clock. Javelin-shaped, heat-blued hands for hour and minutes, and the heat-blued parts of the tourbillon cage allow it to also serve as a seconds indicator. Here's a look at the movements from the back. And again, this is a watch designed to be more impressive on the face of it than through the case back. So it takes full advantage of those design elements that rehearse what was, I believe, originally pocket watch movements. I think it's Gérard Perregaux ébauche that Michel Parmigiani used for this watch, that he, of course, largely redesigned. .40 millimeter pink gold case that is matched with a pink gold déployant clasp. The piece does come with a presentation box and its outer packaging at lot 2011, and it has a pre-auction estimate set in the range between $30,000 to $50,000. 50,000 Swiss francs. Please hit the like button. It really matters quite a bit. It makes a world of difference for me. And while you're at it, explore all the other content in the channel. And if you want to support me further, of course, you should most certainly consider getting a membership, which will give you access to the exclusive contents. And of course, as I'm exploring this upcoming auction at Christie's of Geneva, which focuses on the pieces from a single owner collection, Passion for Time, you can always, of course, super chat with the specific lot number, and I will give a particular focus to the lot of your wishes. We're gonna talk about these three Chapek watches that were actually presented as a tribute to the Sultan Qaboos ibn Said of Oman, lots 2016, 2017, and 2018, I believe. Yes. The box for the three-piece sets, the box for the trilogy, is actually a separate lot, 2018A, that is designed in its own way, properly inscribed, and also engraved on the box are the coat of arms of the Sultanate of Oman that superimposes the dagger, the khanjar, over two crossed swords with a crown on top. And of course, that insignia became very popular since it was found on a lot of legendary Rolex pieces, a lot of tool watches that were understood to have been given as gifts in the efforts of counterinsurgency that brought Sultan Qaboos ibn Said into power, toppling his own father. And of course, such insignia also found their way to the dials and case backs of watches of many other brands, in addition to Rolex, Patek, Piaget, Chopard, and many, many others. And Chapek seems to have wanted to continue that tradition, so it presented these three pieces as a tribute to the 50th anniversary of what they call the Omani Renaissance. This is lot number 2016. Pink gold, tourbillon suspendu ici et ailleurs. A watch that I believe can also be used as a dual time zone watch, hence the name Here and Elsewhere, I assume. Its dial layout harkens back to classic Czech pocket watches. And it has a tourbillon cage, which is presented there right around 8 o'clock. A suspended tourbillon in this Place Vendôme, which was Chapek's second wristwatch model. And the second time zone at 4 o'clock, a power reserve indicator is added to that off-center dial in the form of a slit with its pointed arrow that's marked into the opening there. The fleur de lis hands, and this beautiful green hour track. The bezel is actually engraved as a tribute to Sultan Qaboos ibn Said. And as you can see, the floral designs also frame two of those Khanjar insignia at 3 and 9 o'clock. And at the lower half, it says 50th Renaissance anniversary as well. Very interesting piece. And here's a look at that suspended tourbillon movement from the back, caliber SXH2. I believe it was designed for them by Jean-François Mojon of Chronodes. I believe. Lot 2017 is the same model, this time in 18 carats white gold. The tourbillon suspendu ici et ailleurs, suspended tourbillon movements designed in collaboration with Jean-François Mojon of Chronodes. Tourbillon cage at 8 o'clock. GMT indicator at 4, day and night indicator sandwich right in between at 6 o'clock. There's also a power reserve indicator on the dial, which here has actually I believe a white enamel hour track, although I can't really confirm that, so it might just be a white dial. Frosted center and heat blued fleur de lis styled hands. I love how the tourbillon cage has a single heat-blued screw, which can help it serve as a second hand, a 1-minute tourbillon, of course. And the bezel of the watch is decorated in the exact same way as the last one we were looking at, a tribute to Sultan Qaboos ibn Said's and 50th Renaissance anniversary, the two engraved Khanjar symbols and the floral decorations framing all of these. This is a white gold example at lot 2017, which has a pre-auction estimate that is set between 40,000 and 80,000 in Swiss francs. And 2018 has a platinum example, which looks even more impressive with a very unique blue hour track. They don't seem to have detailed the material there, but it looks very interesting and mottled. Once again, you have Roman numerals on the hour track and fleur de lis hands, which contrast with the larger color scheme. Obviously, the same features: day and night indicator, secondary time zone, and the suspended tourbillon in a cage at traditional 8 o'clock. I kind of like how the bezel conforms to those two distinct elements of the dial layouts, as if they are given that kind of prominence. Once again, you have a bezel that is beautifully decorated, and that's, I guess, a little more impressive on a platinum piece. But it's all there, a tribute to Sultan Qaboos ibn Said's 50th Renaissance anniversary. Beautiful details on all the three pieces. This one is set with an estimated value between 40,000 to 60,000 in Swiss francs. And it forms, once again, a three-piece set in white gold and pink gold, all with a similar estimated value within the range between 40,000 and 80,000. And lot 2018A is the presentation box for all three. Which has an estimated value between 1 to 2,000 in Swiss francs. Another very technically impressive piece, Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Gyro Tourbillon. This is lot 2019. A reverser Gyro Tourbillon Gyro Tourbillon 2, a 75-piece limited edition. This is number 39 from around 2008. Very beautiful details, as you can see, on this rather gigantic platinum case. A movement that is composed of 371 parts, pivoting on 58 jewels. The gyro tourbillon is a multi-axis tourbillon, beating at 4 Hertz, 28,800 semi-oscillations per hour, which is an improvement on the first version of the gyro tourbillon. The spherical tourbillon with a very unusual rotation. And of course, it also presents regulated, accurate, and precise timing principle, which won Jaeger-LeCoultre a prize in the first official timing competition of the 21st century. This is a piece from 2008, if I'm not mistaken. That's also when it was introduced. On the brand's 175th anniversary. The carriage of the tourbillon is machined from a single block of titanium. And in addition to the tourbillon revolving around the axis of its titanium carriage, it also rotates around the second axis, inclined at a 20-degree angle. The combined effect of these two rotations, respectively a 30-second and 15 seconds per revolution, frees the watch from the effects of gravity and also results in its being extremely lightweight, not to mention very high precision indeed. Of course, there's a 24-hour indication that is in the form of an arrow that extends from 9 o'clock, blued, the hour track is fashioned out of a sapphire crystal, which of course complements the semi-open worked dial with bridges that have a very prominent hobnail decoration. This is the Reverso Gyro Tourbillon 2, presenting that unique spherical tourbillon that is extremely lightweight and very precise by JLC, a model that was introduced to celebrate the 175th anniversary of the manufacture. This is number 39 in that 75-piece limited run, presented in an oversized platinum case. Lot 2019 is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere in the range between 50,000 to 100,000 in Swiss francs. I have about 1 more hour to go, so feel free to ask any questions, or if you want me to foreground any particular watches from this auction, I've shared the link in the chat. Feel free to send in the lot number. At 2023, we have the elusive and unique integrated bracelet watch of the 70s. You might say it's quite proximate to so many of iconic designs by Gérard Jantin, but a little bit too much, perhaps, for most people. This was one of Charles Palairy's favorite watches. The Cobra, reference 5402. As you can see, 5403. 5402 was, of course, the original Royal Oak, and the two share the caliber 2121. This is a watch entirely fashioned in white gold with brilliant cut diamonds, 12 of them for the hour markers. Of course, they are doubled at 12 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock you actually have an opening for the date indicator. It's a very heavy watch, fashioned as almost a single piece with a flexible integrated bracelet in solid white gold. Beautiful blue dial, again with factory set diamonds for the hour markers. The piece here is actually accompanied by a pair of white gold AP cufflinks that resonate with the intricate design that distinguishes this integrated bracelet watch. The set also includes the original certificates, tag, and box. Quite a rare model, and also offered as a damn near full set in a pretty well-preserved condition as well. This is lot 2023 for an AP reference 5403, the so-called Cobra, an integrated bracelet watch in 18 karat white gold with a stunning blue dial with brilliant diamonds as hour markers and an estimated value that ranges between 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs. What I mean, they're pushing it a little bit. I understand it's a full set. I understand it's very well preserved. But you can buy these every day for about $20,000. So let's say 25 for one in great condition. So that's a little much, unless you're really obsessed with having the full set and the matching cufflinks. Continuing the theme of rather rare Audemars Piguet pieces, this one is perhaps more universally liked. You're looking at one of those iconic models. This is a AP Royal Oak Jubilee, one of that limited series that was introduced in 1992 for the 20th anniversary of Gérard Janta's jet-setting and trend-setting design. This was one of those references that reiterated the original proportions without exactly miming the original dial layout. So you have the initial logo, the AP logo at 12 o'clock rather than 6. And 14802 was the first to exhibit the caliber 2121 in a jumbo case through a sapphire crystal case back. It also has a beautifully open worked 21 carats gold oscillating weight that echoes the elements of the octagonal bezel design. This particular version matches a stainless steel case with a salmon dial in that petite tapisserie design. An absolute classic, and the kind of tone the white gold hexagonal bolts have taken only goes to enhance those pink shades of the dial itself. This particular piece comes apparently with an undated certificate of origin and guarantee, which is not really a resounding affirmation. I wish that it at least had an archival extract that confirmed that the watch in fact was born with this dial. But in either case, even in steel, this is only one of 700 pieces. I think the entire series consisted of about 1,000 pieces, the Jubilee edition. So it's already a quite rare, it's already a chance to acquire a piece that is quite rare. And the estimated value here is set within the range between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Hey, Bruce G. Absolutely. This is him commenting on the allegations that surround the Only Watch charity auction. He says, for me, a charity such as the Only Watch needs to be fully transparent, fully disclose audits at all times. Better late than never, right, Bruce G? I hope by 2024, until which they have delayed the 10th edition, we will have all of that information, some serious questions that deserve answers. I completely agree, and thank you for sharing your opinion as well. I appreciate that. I want to jump ahead a little bit. I mean, I can salivate over all these beautiful APs all day long, all these beautiful Royal Perpetual calendars and jumbos and tourbillons and open worked and whatever else. But I need to put a damper on it once every so often. So let's spice things up a little bit. Let's vary them a little bit. This is a Zenith Daytona with a black dial that was once retailed and signed on the dial by Tiffany. We'll have to say ostensibly, I think, because it doesn't really come with the kind of paperwork or other kinds of documentation that would fully certify that provenance. But this is certainly a beautiful dial with the outer rings having gone slightly creamier to enhance the patina on this dial, which they call floating sometimes, since the inscription cosmograph is ever so slightly separated from the other four lines of writing at 12 o'clock. And here that is complemented with an additional line of writing, Tiffany and Company, which remains the only mark of this piece's provenance. This is lot 2039 of the Passion for Time at Christie's Geneva. A November 6 live event coming up. And the piece is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from that first generation of self-winding movements, pretty early on in the production series as well. The serial number places the watch right around 1989. Again, ostensibly retailed once by Tiffany and Company and signed on the dial as such. The piece has an estimated value between 50,000 to 100,000 Swiss francs. If you'd like me to highlight any particular lots, once again, feel free to click the link in the chat and send in the lot number with a super chat. I'd be more than happy to jump ahead or jump back. Lot 2046 is one of those watches that have been previously bought and sold on famous auctions. A lot of watches here in this collection are, of course, since this is a single owner collection that was mostly accumulated over the course of seasons and seasons of auctions. This is a piece that was first sold in the 50th anniversary Daytona auction, lesson 1 at Christie's Geneva on November 10th, 2013. It was lot 28 then. It was later sold by Phillips in May 2019 in Geneva again at watch auction 9. It was there, lot 154. And here it is lot 2046. You're looking at a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6265, in gold with the matching tachymeter bezel, screw down pushers, beautiful champagne dial, which has a distinct contrast with the black chronograph registers. And once again, this is a watch that was once ostensibly retailed by Tiffany and Company, and it is signed on the dial as a reminder of that. Beautiful 6265. Fantastic condition, really. That first came up in public auction apparently 10 years ago, sold on the 50th anniversary of the model, is going up for sale again next month on the 60th anniversary of the model, again at Christie's. This is lot 2046 for a Rolex Daytona in 18 karat yellow gold, reference 6265, champagne dial with black chronograph registers, signed on the dial also by Tiffany and Company from around 1978, with an estimated value that ranges between 200,000 to 400,000 Swiss francs. I have about 40 minutes, so let's say I have maybe 10 watches or so. We'll see. We'll see. There are a few very beautiful ones that I want to talk about. Lot 2049, for example. Which is a Jean-Claude Killy, a reference 6236 by Rolex, a triple count Okay, my eye was just on the battery and it seemed to be working fine. I'm switching to microphone number 2 because the other one seems to have gone out. Memovox, thank you for the kind reminder. We were talking about the Passion for Time auction at Christie's Geneva coming up on November 6th. This is lot 2049 for a triple calendar chronograph, triple calendar, triple register chronograph. That is one of the models associated with the legendary Olympic skier Jean-Claude Killy. This is a reference 6236 in stainless steel from the late 50s, matched with a Jubilee bracelet with straight end links, beautiful silver dial with gilt furniture, including the hands, and with further blue accents, since it has the date indication along the perimeter of the dial with the dates inscribed in blue and a blue date hand, which is centrally deployed. Again, beautiful chronograph that does come with an interesting presentation case. Though not the papers. And it is expected to realize a final hammer price within the range between 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs. And thank you, Memovox, once again for the kind reminder and for confirming that the audio is indeed working now. I believe we just lost it for a little bit, but if it weren't for you, that could have gone for a little while longer, as I know. This is a 6036, again, one of those pieces that are associated with Jean-Claude Killy's name. As you can see, there are small variations. And this is a different reference to begin with. Quite distinctly oxidized yellow gold case in 18 carats, matched also with a riveted oyster bracelets. This is a slightly older piece, of course, than what we were looking at in stainless steel at lot number 2049. But again, the triple calendar chronographs across a handful of reference numbers, the dato compaxes, so to speak, are usually associated with Jean-Claude Killy's name, usually nicknamed Jean-Claude Killy. This particular example is understood to have been made for the English market. In 18 carats yellow gold. Again, its provenance information indicates that it was sold by Phillips and Blackbird in a sports-themed auction from Hong Kong back in May 2019 as lots 842. Since these are so rare, the estimated value reflects that, and this particular example of a Jean-Claude Killy reference 6036 Rolex Dato Compacts in 18 carats yellow gold case and the riveted oyster bracelets. This piece is expected to fetch an amount in the range between $250,000 to $500,000 in Swiss francs. Two more Rolexes, and then let's spice things up once again by switching brands. But this is so-called Stelline, again in a case and condition that make it very desirable. A triple calendar with a moon phase indicator in 18 karat pink gold from early 50s with it takes its nickname from the star-shaped hour markers that are interspersed with arrow shapes. Of course, the coronet taking the pride of place at 12 o'clock. Dauphine-shaped and Dauphine-shaped hour hands that are also inlaid with luminous material, and an anthropomorphic indicator for the moon phases at 6 o'clock, which is also a subsidiary dial for seconds. Once again, the date is indicated along the perimeter of the dial, inscribed in blue. The dates are inscribed in blue and shown with sharply tipped blue arrow hands. The 18 karat pink gold case is distinctly oxidized, but in an otherwise stellar condition. Look at how deep, crisp, and legible that hallmark is on the back of the lug. This is a beautiful example of the reference 6062. Again, an early 50s triple calendar Rolex watch with a moon phase indicator, the so-called stelline, due to the stars used as hour markers. This piece has again an interesting provenance. That goes back quite a lot, and the present owner acquired it in a Phillips auction in Geneva in the November of 2019. And this particular piece, again, is one of those high price lots. It is estimated to fetch an amount between 1 million to 2 million in Swiss francs. The last Rolex is a pretty interesting piece. If you have been following auctions for a while, this should be familiar. If you are a film buff, it might be otherwise familiar. If you are a fan of Marlon Brando, it's an unmistakable watch. This is his personal Rolex GMT Master, reference 1675, that was sold on December 10, 2019 as lot number 30 at Phillips, New York. It is the watch that he wore during the filming of Apocalypse Now. And for me, it's almost part of that method acting style that's distinguished Marlon Brando throughout his career. I wrote a little bit about this before, so I will just read from my prose from back then. If I can only find it. Okay, so this is the watch Marlon Brando wore as Colonel Kurtz in Apocalypse Now in 1979, of 1979. Brando's GMT Master exemplifies the strained existential situation in which Kurtz finds himself in Apocalypse Now, not to mention Conrad's Heart of Darkness, which was the primary inspiration behind Coppola's movie. A servant of the crown who decides to go his own way, and the watch unveils, as well as the personage, of course, something essential and profoundly unsettling about himself and the empire in the process. On the one hand, due to its magnifying date indicator, the Cyclops, and its additional GMT hand, the GMT Master is still instantly recognizable as the iconic sports watch that has been a mainstay for Rolex ever since it was first introduced in 1954. On the other, the wristwatch has been removed from its matching bracelet in stainless steel and worn on a distinctive rubber band that has a fine grain texture, subtly reminiscent of lizard skin. This unique and unusual appearance is further emphasized by the absence of the bicolor rotational bezel that would allow the wearer to track the time in more than one time zone. And of course, if you think back to the GMT concept, right, Greenwich Mean Time, which is the time of the empire, the removal of that bezel, of course, signifies the uncoupling of Kurtz's time from that central time. I've been told that Brando himself pried off the bezel from his watch at the filming of the movie because it was understood to be too recognizable as a fancy watch. There is something striking about the fact that the GMT hand is thus rendered rudderless without immediate reference, as if to signify the character's own detachment from the imperial center. And here's the hand engraved caseback, which I think, again, if you have read the novel, it is reminiscent of the scrolls and scribbles that Marlowe encounters in Kurtz's reports and journals, and that markedly contrast with the man's otherwise compelling and eloquent style, like those notes that included "exterminate all the brutes." It's pretty fascinating, actually, that he didn't get it engraved or anything, just scratched onto that case back himself his proper name. That's pretty intense. Think about method acting, right? It's part of it, I guess. What would I know, right? And this watch, as you might remember, was sold by Petra Brando Fisher. The serial number of the watch places it right around 1972. And again, this is one of those centerpieces, one of those premium lots of this auction, lot 2052 of Passion for Time. The piece has an estimated value in the range between 1 to 2 million Swiss francs. Oh, come on. Come on. Don't ever mention that guy's name in relation to the greatest actor of all time. Lot 2053 is one of those elusive, once completely undesirable, now incredibly popular, both due to its oddity and eccentricity and rarity. This is the so-called Comet, Patek Philippe Nautilus 3710, with its distinctive black dial with applied Roman numerals inlaid with luminous material, sweep center seconds, date at 3 o'clock, and the power reserve indicator, at 12. As you can see, the Patek Philippe Genève signature is accompanied by Tiffany and Company at 6 o'clock as well, which is ostensibly a sign of its origin as a watch retailed first at Tiffany and Company. The 3710, the so-called Comet, with its power reserve indicator at 12, also has what to me is a pretty loose claim, but a claim nonetheless, on being the first complicated Nautilus, the first complication presented in a Nautilus case. which is something to be noted. This is an example from 1999, again, presumably retailed at Tiffany and Company, with the signature on the dial as one particular sign of that origin. This is lot 2053, and the piece is expected to finalize a hammer price in the range between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. That was lot 2015 for a Patek Philippe Nautilus reference 3710, line 1A, the so-called Comet, ostensibly retailed by Tiffany and Company, since it's signed on the dial as such. Most of my frequent viewers know that I'm largely agnostic on these sorts of auctions. I try to present on them all, the main ones, the big ones anyways. And in either case, I try to lay out my skepticism oftentimes. I always urge you to do your own homework as well. Inspect the watches, examine the watches when they are taken out for previews, whether at the location of the auction. Sometimes they tour, at least a selection from the auction tours the globe, I should say. And that can be a good occasion too. If you can't go yourself, send someone by proxy, whether it's an associate, a friend, or a consultant. That's the best way to actually judge the condition and verify the provenance of the watches. So never trust anything on the face of it just because it is presented a certain way in an auction catalog. Doesn't mean anything. Some auction houses have a worse track record than others, but they practically all have their past that is punctured by allegations, big and small, scandals exposed or merely alleged. So, as always, exercise caution, especially watches that are ostensibly very rare and possibly unique and are yet provided without the slightest documentation of their origin are, of course, prime causes for suspicion. Like, speaking of watches, for example, that can have the necessary provenance, this is a 5711 Patek Philippe Nautilus in stainless steel from the now discontinued reference 5711. It's not only signed at 6 o'clock on its black-blue gradient dial with the ribbed design, it's also stamped on the presentation, on the certificate of origin, which is dated from 2011. and it does come with its presentation box and other packaging as well. That counts for something, right? You can see it presented on that certificate of origin, which is also signed by Tiffany and Company, even though that part is not photographed here. That's lot 2054 for Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711 line 1A-010 stainless steel with the ribbed black blue gradient dial from 2011. Once retailed and signed at 6 o'clock by Tiffany and Company. The piece has an estimated value in the range between 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs. Hey, Gandog, nice to see you, man. I have about 10 minutes left, so I'm so happy to see you. And thank you for reminding everyone to upvote. This is again, consider this a last chance. If you're just chancing upon the channel, I'm here with live streams that cover the latest news in the world of watches, preview auctions, cover new releases, some interesting finds in terms of vintage and contemporary timepieces. I have all sorts of other content too that includes interviews with industry insiders and others, collectors, specialists in certain genres of collecting watches, vintage watches especially. I have a whole series with Eric Wind of Wind Vintage, for example. I look forward to continuing that conversation, and there are many interesting guests that will come back soon. At any rate, I'm here with these live streams at least 5 times a day. It's 5 times a week. And if you want to support the channel, the easiest way is, of course, becoming a member, which will give you further content. And of course, you can always super chat, send super stickers and super thanks if you want the channel to survive and thrive as well. And of course, while I'm live, if you want to ask any question, if you want to highlight your comment, or if I'm covering something specific, if you want to alert my attention to, say, a particular lot here in the auction, sending a super chat is a great idea of getting 2 birds with 1 stone. So I'll cover 3 more watches. This is a very early example of the 5712, which followed the very limited, practically a year-long production of 3712. It's a 2008 piece, a single sealed Nautilus. Moon phase, asymmetric dial with the indicators for power reserve and moon phase, with a certificate of origin stamped by Tiffany and Company. It also includes a full set with the Tiffany and Co. outer packaging as well. It might be just me, but it's seemingly not signed on the dial, which is not the first time that has happened. Of course, there are many Tiffany and Company retailed Patek Philippe pieces that are not signed on the dial, that are perhaps irregularly signed on the dial. Going back to what I said before, I would rather have a piece that has a matching certificate of origin that certifies the watch was sold by Tiffany and Company than a random naked piece that just has the signature on the dial. Of course, the Tiffany and Company signature is pretty unique. The font, the size, the way it varies from one decade or one particular time period to another. So it's not that easy to fake, but people have faked much harder things about watches. So please do appreciate my skepticism. Nevertheless, this is 5712, the Nautilus moon phase, which has its cult following by now. Some people love the romantic complication of having the moon phase on the dial. Some people love the asymmetric layout of the dial. Some people love the microrotor movements, which preserves the sleekness of the classic Nautilus design, even with the added complication. Some people love everything about it. The 3712 being the more rare example of this breed, but the 5712 is also very desirable on its own rights. This is an example at lot number 2015 for this auction that's coming up on November 6th, Passion for Time, single collector, still single sealed, bought from Tiffany and Company, with an estimated value in the range between 100,000 to 200,000 Swiss francs. So let's say two more watches, even though we have just crossed the Rubicon, so to speak. Let's look at two pieces that are very interesting in their own rights. This is the 5070P. When the 5070 was introduced in 1998, it was not necessarily a hit. Some people hated the 42 millimeter case. Some people didn't appreciate the fact that it was still using the Nouvelle Lemania base for its movements. Perhaps that fact was brought back home even more harshly after Lange's presentation of the datograph in 1999 with the proprietary L951-1 movement, which is almost an architectural piece with movements that is fully conceived and designed in-house, and of which every single piece is decorated to a high horological standard. So that piece has set the tone for serially produced high horology for quite some time to come. And the 5070 had to wait a little bit to step out of its own shadow. out of the shadow of the Lange Datograph I meant, but its 10th anniversary model, so to speak, in this 5070p, the platinum version, with its unique, profound blue dial, perhaps played an important part in that. You guys know I'm a Spurs fan, but I'm not above liking Frank Lampard, who has been certainly seen wearing one of the 5070Ps on the sidelines, at least in his coaching career. For people who appreciate this as the last generation of hand-wound Patek Philippe chronographs that still feature the Lemania CH27 base, which has brought us everything from the Moonwatch Omega 321 to generations of perpetual calendar chronographs by Patek Philippe, such as the 3970 or 5970, and even the 5004 in its split-second modification. Some people love the fact that this is the last of a kind with a Lemania base. That's a good argument for it. Some people like oversized Patek Philippe watches. So what was once a turnoff when the piece was first released, especially in the platinum version, perhaps becomes the virtue of the watch. 42 millimeters, nice hunk of platinum on the wrist. I can think of many people who would appreciate that. And the blue dial on this particular model is exquisite. It's specified on the certificate of origin as Bleu Nuage Arabe, referring to the applied Arabic numerals on the dial. Classic bicompax look for the chronograph. 30-second totalizer at 9 o'clock and continuous running seconds. Continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock and 30-minute totalizer at 3. The watch has both a tachymeter that immediately surrounds the hour track and a very finely calibrated seconds track as well, graduated for 1/5 of a second. This is the 5070P, a Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph from around 2008, with an estimated value of 100,000 to 200,000. Please hit the like button on the way out. I'll talk about one more watch and then I'm done for the night. If you have any final questions, feel free to write them in the chat. And if you want to support the channel, you know how. All the links are available in the description, and you can always squeeze in a last-minute super chat as well. We're looking at lot number 2057 of Passion for Time, a single owner auction that's coming up for sale on November 6th at Christie's Geneva. This is a 5723 line 112R. It is essentially pink gold Nautilus, but quite rare. It is set on the bezel with baguette cut rubies, and set on the dial with, once again, 12 baguette cut rubies for the hour markers. And as you can see, at 6 o'clock, that's gradient brown dial is also signed Tiffany and Company. And once again, we have a full set that comes with a certificate of origin signed by Tiffany and Company, and also the full set of accessories, which includes that famous blue box from Tiffany as well. These are quite rare in their own rights. Introduced in 2016 to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Nautilus. One of those, gem sets, quote unquote, off the catalog / application type of deals. Beautiful integrated design that is here executed in 18 karat pink gold, which we had, of course, seen in 5711R. But this piece, of course, this exclusive piece, is distinguished by the factory gem setting with baguette cut rubies on the bezel and on the dial. It was only in the catalog for a couple of years, I guess. This continued in 2018. Very rare. The lot essay also notes that both Charles Stern and Henri, his son, former presidents of Patek Philippe, preceding, of course, the current father and son pair, Philippe and Thierry Stern. So Charles and Henri wore watches with ruby set dials as their personal timepieces, which signals that Patek Philippe's ruby set watches were something special indeed. That's what the good folks at Christie's Geneva wrote as part of the lot essay. The caliber 324 from the back. And this is the 5723, specifically the 5723 line 112R-001 with, it is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million Swiss francs. Hey, Chris. Hi. Nice to see you. But as it happens, I have been live for more than 4 hours now. Please feel free to rewind back. I talked a little bit about the postponement of the Only Watch auction, at least until next year, under increasing scrutiny and the allegations that were launched against it in the last few weeks. And we talked potentially about commiserating with Aussie expat watches, because Mark Wahlberg seems to have stolen his allocation of the 126506, the new Platinum Daytona. Joking aside, we also talked a little bit about the auction that's coming up on November 6th at Christie's Geneva, the single owner affair, Passion for Time. I'm going to continue covering that auction, hopefully on the next live stream, I mean, it's already Tuesday, so you might say later today. I might have some news between now and then, but I really appreciate all of you for participating today, especially Bezos, St. Peter, and Nick Butter for contributing in the chats. Thank you so much. With their super chats, I meant to say. Thank you. Please hit the like button as you're signing off. Drop a comment below. And if you want to contribute to the channel, you know how. The links are there below as well. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, peace.